Hello, everybody. Welcome
Hello,
to
hello.
48-hour Bookoplathon. We're doing this again. We're completely live for 48 hours. Not us, though. Not us. We're just doing the first 4 hours. Thank you, everybody, for joining. We now have 635 people here, according to the little counter on my screen. So it's gone up 100 in like 2 minutes, which is
No sweat. No sweat.
a little bit overwhelming, but hello. I hope you all are going to have a good time over the next 48 hours, and I will let my lovely hosts introduce themselves. I'm Becca, in case you didn't know. I assume you would on my channel, but
You never know.
it's true. It's true. I mean, it's a readathon, so all sorts of people turn up. Kelsey, do you want to go first, my love?
Yeah, sorry, I got caught up reading the comments. I am Kelsey, aka KJ Sutton, and tonight I am reading Beach Read by Emily Henry because I am going through an Emily Henry phase. Oh, it shouldn't be a phase. I'm just discovering her and going through all of her books. But
Did you read Book Lovers yet?
I'm saving that one for my trip. Yes,
Cute.
I'm bringing it with. Is it good?
I really loved it. It's
Okay.
very Emily Henry-esque.
Okay.
So, yes.
I have... Which one do I have? You and Me on Vacation. It's called in the UK, but it's People We Meet on Vacation, I think, in
That's
the
such
US.
a weird way to change a title.
I know, it doesn't make any sense, but maybe I'll get to it in the 48 hours. It depends how I feel later on, because I'm not starting with it, but I'm really excited.
I thought that one was really cute too.
Those are they're I don't want to say easier reads, but like, yeah. They're
I know
quick.
exactly what you mean. They're light reads.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I'm Allie from Hardback Hoarder, for those who don't know. I don't know if I need to say anything else.
What are you reading? Might as well.
Oh, I'm reading The Gilded Cage. I don't have the cover, but it's the sequel to The Prison Healer, which is a YA fantasy. The first one came in a fairy loot box, and I loved it so much. I had to read
I haven't read that, but I've actually heard really good things about it.
it. Is very YA fantasy romance.
Well, then
Yeah.
I would really enjoy it.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was fantasy romance, otherwise I would have picked it up.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
And
I
it's
should
a
book
bit,
that one.
yeah. I don't want to give away too much because it was a good one to go in not knowing a lot of.
Yeah, I'm excited.
I don't know that I could ever. I have recently tried to go back to YA, and I've been ruined by all the smut. Like, I can't do Fade to Black anymore. I feel like I've been, robbed.
I feel that.
I read an adult romance lately, and it was weird because it didn't have enough plot to really keep you captivated. So I'm like, obviously the sex scenes are going to be amazing.
Yes.
And the sex scenes were all fade to black. So I'm like, what is this story? I don't want this. It's like, what am I here for? What's good?
They did not understand the assignment.
Yeah.
I can only do fade to black. See, there's two types of people. There's the fade to black people, and then there's the people who are like, I want details.
I need thrusting on the page.
And literally these two people are illustrated here.
Yeah. I don't mind. Obviously, I don't mind it in YA. That's fine.
You're right.
But if I'm reading an adult, that's more of what I want.
I do find that when they are clean romances, though, they are advertised as being clean, which is helpful. Like I knew with the Elise Cover one that it was going to be a clean romance, or like fade to black, and that it wasn't spicy. So at least I knew going in, so I wasn't too disappointed by that element of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the comments keep jumping, but I just saw the hee you like what you like.
This is a judgment-free space. Well, that's not true. Becca will judge you, but I don't think me and Allie will.
Nah. I'm a very go with the flow person. It's fine.
What am I reading? Okay, so I have a book for each of the prompts. I'm starting off with a comic, the last volume of Rat Queens. That one's for gods because the volume is called The God Dilemma. And then I'm reading the first novella in Skyward Flight for short book because it is. I thought it was over 200 pages, but in this copy it's only 160.
Ooh, that looks like a very large book. Can I say that again?
Biggest book in the Skyward series, and this is just 3 novellas.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense.
But it's how many pages is it? Oh, it's over 600. Wow. It's not as heavy as I would expect for how big it looks and how 600 pages.
So we won't have time to respond to a lot of these comments, but I do want you to know that I try to read all of them.
I saw Gavin and then he like flicked past and I couldn't find him. Everybody is so excited for Gavin's sleepover again, which
What sleepover? I didn't get my invitation.
Oh no.
You didn't. No, you did. You must have seen last year. So last year when we did this, Gavin had the slumber party slot at midnight, so like in 24 hours from now. And he had on a Cruella. Was it a Cruella? Yeah, it was. It was a Cruella de Vil face mask. And he went to take a sip of his drink and he inhaled the it was like one of those sheet masks, and he inhaled the mask and then started choking on it.
If YouTube Rewind would have done a rewind last year, I wanted to submit that clip.
Yeah.
YouTube Rewind, because it was some moment in history.
I was there for I don't know which stream it was, but it's where Gavin forgot to mute his mic before he took us to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Can I just say that has unlocked a fear in me every time I go live? Every single time.
You learned from
like,
Gavin.
What if I leave like everything in this area when I leave? I'm like, I don't want to do that.
I don't know how he manages it, because he's done it before where he's literally taken the laptop and then he's done it where he didn't mute his iPod.
And you know what? Okay, I don't think Gavin would be embarrassed about this because he talks about it publicly. But you know, he has really long like streams, and I'm concerned for him.
I didn't know where we were going with that for a second.
No.
Sorry.
I'm concerned for him medically, and look, he keeps a log of how long his bathroom, journeys are. And seriously, it's concerning how long it takes him.
Oh, Lexi's here as well. Hello, my love.
We can change the subject now. Gavin, I just thought I'd talk about your
I mean,
he
he
does
talk
drink-
about your pee right off the bat.
He does drink a lot of coffee, so that might have something to do with it.
Okay.
Mhm.
I physically would not be able to pee as long as he does.
I feel you. It is a lot. I mean, he's been through his whole list of a day with me once, and I was like, you got problems, son.
This comment, Kelsey really said bathroom journey. I sure did. I'm dainty.
Oh my god, we're about to hit 1,000 people, and this is what we're discussing. 975 people here, guys. No pressure. Oh, not roasted. This was the original. This readathon was the origin of the roasted cheese as well, where I was delirious at about. I think I made it to midday Saturday before I slept last time.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody said roasted cheese in the comments, and it went. I couldn't get over it, because that's what people call. I guess you guys would call it a grilled cheese.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We call it cheese on toast, but in Scotland they call it roasted cheese, and I just could not comprehend it, because why? You don't roast it. Like, you grill it. You don't roast it. Crown of Midnight, that would count for the gods prompt, wouldn't it? There are gods in the series, but I don't know when they start to come into it. I can't remember if they're there really early on.
They're gods to that world.
Oh yeah, because I know there's like
Yeah.
there's a Yule scene where there's like gifts from like symbolic gifts from the gods to celebrate Christmas. So
Yeah.
like there are gods just generally.
What were the prompts?
For the first two prompts.
Mm-hmm.
Gods was one. So
Mhm.
gods as characters or like themes of religion or cults, like if you don't read fantasy. And the other one was short book under 300 pages.
Awesome. I'm not reading for either of those.
That's fine. Yeah, no, I was delirious at this point in the arena. I'm not gonna get to that point this time. I will be sleeping.
Honey. She has feelings. She has to talk
Which
about
one
them.
is that?
That's the one that's spending the night with me, Pixel.
Oh, is
Oh,
she a
that's cute.
girl?
Say that again?
Is she a girl?
Yeah, she is. She's an old girl.
I
wanna
thought Pixel I thought was boy's name, but I mean, she's
She's-
got that vibe. Oh,
she's
she's
just-
so pretty.
Oh, like on the cuddles.
Oh, she's needy.
How very.
At least she's quiet now. For everyone watching, this is not my dog. I'm just babysitting. My children are over there being neglected.
I was gonna say, where's my baby girl? Where's baby Jane?
Jane, your auntie wants to talk to you. Oh my god, Pixel, this is not gonna work. Everybody, take a look at my house. Jane, come here. So this is August, and then this is Becca's favorite, Jane. Becca plays.
She's a pit bull. She's gorgeous.
I love them.
She's very sensitive.
Me too. They're, we have this discussion every time, but they're illegal here, which is just I want one so bad.
Mm-hmm. Which is why I can't move there.
I know.
Oh, I did not realize that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're dangerous dogs, but I think that you can have exceptions. If you have one, you can get like a certificate of exemption. If you can prove that they're not aggressive, but obviously, like you wouldn't take that risk because they'll take your dog away from you if they decide that it can't have a certificate. But she doesn't even. She looks like a Staffordshire Bull Terrier, so like I don't see how they're much different.
Mm-hmm. Excuse me.
Every time she gets scared, you know, like instead of attacking a person, she poops herself and runs. So, like she's.
I would do the same, honestly.
She's like the least amount of a threat a dog can be, but anyway.
I actually did. Where is this? Dachshunds are the more dangerous than pit bulls. Part of my dissertation, I did some research into dangerous dog breeds, and the most dangerous breed of dog is actually a Jack Russell. They're the most aggressive breed of dog.
I thought it was Chihuahuas.
They are also very aggressive, but Jack Russells are very protective over their owners, so they will bite people.
I've only been bitten by one dog, and it was a wiener dog.
Mine was a Chihuahua. I've only been bitten by a Chihuahua.
But I also have a Corgi, and she's not very nice. So I feel like someone lied when they were like, corgis are so lovable. I'm like, maybe, but she don't want to be loved.
I was gonna say I kind of want to meet her, but I see that probably might not go well.
She doesn't mind most humans. It's everything else. She's like, no.
We have just hit 1,000.
Oh, I can pull out party hats.
Everyone's channel, apart from Kelsey doesn't have a channel, but Ali's channel.
I'm just here for the fun.
Is linked in the description. If anyone wants to check out my co-hosts. And then Lottie said higher up, but it's way gone now. That she thought that I was getting a dog this year, and I am daily looking for dogs now because we're looking to privately adopt a puppy, because there's a lot of people on Gumtree who are like, I got this dog 4 weeks ago and I don't have time for it. And I'm like, well, how? So it's like a 14, 15-week-old puppy. And I'm like, how did you not know 4 weeks ago that you did not have time for a dog? Like, it's not been a large amount of time. Yeah. So we're looking for, because we want a puppy, but I prefer to rescue. So we're looking for like an in-between kind of situation.
What will your current fur baby think of a dog coming in the house?
He doesn't like dogs, but he's not scared of dogs.
Okay.
So I think he'll be fine, but that's another reason why we want a puppy, so that we know that there's no like negative feelings towards cats there, instead of like taking the risk.
I liked this comment. I can't find it now, but instead of following my channel, go buy one of my books. Yes, do that.
I did do that. I was going to mention, I don't know if Becca could add a link, maybe.
Oh, I could just copy this one from somewhere else. I could do that. I'll do that in the first sprint.
You guys are the best. Speaking
of, I will roll the dice. We're doing dice sprints today. For those of you who don't know what they are, I roll 2 6-sided dice. Every dot is, I can't even pick them up. This is not going well. Every dot is 5 minutes, and that decides how long we sprint. If we roll a double, aside from the first roll, so if any of the rolls afterwards are a double, you can, if you have a secondary book, you can switch to that book as like a punishment, or like to make it more chaotic. So
just love chaos. We love chaos.
Gavin just wants to be a mod, so I'll have to do that as well. No reading for me, just like admin.
Just doing all this stuff.
Okay, so I'll roll, and then we'll get the sprint started immediately. Oh, not bad, not bad. We have 35 minutes.
Ooh.
I'm thinking, just as a guide, to keep the talking bits to like 15 and then a sprint. So
I will mute my mic so you can't hear the chaos that is my home.
That is a very good idea. I nearly turned my camera off instead of sharing my screen then. I do, on Patreon, I do sprints weekly, so you'd think I would know what I'm doing, but apparently not. Okay, I'll see you all in 35 minutes.
What's up?
How you doing?
Good. Long day. Long week. You know, life.
It's Friday now, yay!
Oh, thank God. It's so weird. Well, I mean, like yesterday felt like it was Friday, and this morning I woke up and I was like, "Is it Wednesday?" It's like, what is wrong with me? So it's been a journey and a half.
I feel ya. How did we all do?
I got
Good.
20 pages.
Not bad.
I don't know how many pages, but can I just say, what kind of monster am I to stop a book in the middle of a chapter and then return to it like 2 weeks later?
Oh my god. No, I've done that. I put down my mental health has been bad for like most of the month. So I put down Misrule at about 80 pages in the middle of a chapter and then just abandoned it for a week. Didn't even realize I'd done it until I picked it back up and was like, oh.
Yeah. I'm like, I don't even know where I'm at on this page.
Allie, that's pretty much always what I do. So I guess I'm just a monster.
We're all monsters here.
I hate when I do that. I started a book. I remember when I put it down like in the middle of like and something's actually going on in the scene. Like it's like a chill scene, like nothing really happening. It's like something's actively happening, and I'm like, I need to put this down. It's like, why?
I didn't read very much. I read like maybe a third, but as soon as I like sat back and started reading, I started falling asleep.
Oh no.
I made coffee.
Those the rat queens there's a lot to take in on the pages.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just like one you can really fly through. There's a lot going on in those.
I'm mad as well because I really liked the art style for volume 7, and the first like issue is the same art style, and then the art style's changed again and I don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like that. That's stupid.
Yeah.
I know that they've cut that it's been different artists for a few different of their volumes.
Yeah, so the reason why they got rid of the first illustrator was because I think he had domestic abuse charges.
Yeah.
So they said like, well, you can't work on a feminist comic then.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Which
They
makes sense.
restarted like the whole series.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then they've gone through so many artists since that. Some of them I like, some of them I don't. But I've been reading this for like 3 years, but I have to leave time in between the volumes so that the art style isn't jarring.
Mm-hmm.
That would annoy me like a lot.
Yeah. Like I don't mind so much when it changes between issues because I don't notice it as much, but for one like issue to be one art style and then it change, I'm like, oh.
Yeah. Lumberjanes did that a lot in their later issues. And it was like all of them would be different. Like every issue would be different in a volume. And it was like, okay, this is weird.
Wow. They did it with the Buffy reboot as well. They had Dan Mora as the illustrator for the first volume, and it is stunning. And then they changed to an artist that I really don't like.
Mm.
Manga never does that, Sam.
True.
I mean, that's all a very similar art style, I feel like, too.
The BookTube Avengers assemble.
Oh, this is the multiverse. The multiverse. Okay, quick. Hardback or paperbacks? Go.
Paperbacks because I don't have a lot of space for hardbacks.
Hardbacks like given like pretty special editions, but then like I read so much romance nowadays too that that's all like paperback.
Mm-hmm.
Allie, I don't have an opinion. I don't care about like I seriously I think they both have wonderful qualities and I own a lot of both.
Is it weird that it depends on the genre for me?
Yeah, it's the genre.
Yeah. Depends on the genre. I only do romance and literary fiction in paperback.
Oh, okay.
No, I like a big chunky epic fantasy in paperback because then you can really like bend the spine. And then if I really like it, then you can get a special edition.
Yeah, true.
It's a YA fantasy that has to be like a hardcover. I can't do it. Like it would be weird
It's funny because like back in the day, I used to only read like paperbacks for everything, and then like as I started collecting things, and like as books were coming out, like new editions of books are all in hardcover. So like, what do you?
Mhm. And you have to wait a year.
Yeah, it's like I'm not gonna wait for the paperback to come out. Like that's annoying.
I really miss the days when, because in the UK we didn't do things like the US, so we used to have you could have most books were just paperback actually.
Yeah.
And now they've started doing it where you have the hardback for a year and then it goes to paperback. But there's some books that I just don't need in hardback.
Mhm.
And then there's things like they released the third book in the You series by Caroline Kepnes in hardback, and I love that series, so I really wanted it. But no, I just have a hardback that I'm going to unhaul to buy a paperback because the rest of them are paperbacks.
Yeah. That's annoying.
So loud. I'm sorry about the dogs.
For most of that reading sprint, my cat was eating my hair, and I feel like I was just in the corner, like the whole reading sprint.
Oh, and I've got Ham's being such a good boy. You probably can't even see him. He's on the chat.
Oh,
Sorry, I can see
right in.
comments. That's all I can see right now.
What, Gavin?
Gavin's little helpful comments here.
Yeah. He
Gavin
wants
has
me to
the
break it
best-
back like a paperback. Yeah.
Gavin, go plunge yourself.
See, like, yeah, Brandon Sanderson books, like, to me, and like getting those in hardcover is just that's such a weird thought process. Like, to me, he is like a paperback person that I would read.
I didn't even know he had hardcover in most of the series.
Yeah, they did the same thing with his recent, was it Rhythm of War? I have a hardback, but I have the rest in paperback, so it's really awkward.
No. No.
Because I have all the UK paperbacks as well.
For the UK editions to his anyway. So
Yes, they are very nice. I do appreciate the art on the US ones, but I think it's just so nice to look at, like the UK paperbacks.
yeah, I agree.
I'm trying to get the dogs to be quieter.
I honestly don't really hear them.
Oh, okay. I don't know what to do make you happy.
Thing.
Just hold her always.
No.
I can't do anything that you don't already have inside yourself. Anyway.
Mhm.
See, I wouldn't even read like my really pretty special editions. Like I wouldn't even read those in hardcover. Like I'll just buy them in paperback to read them instead because I'm like, I don't want to ruin how pretty they are.
I don't mind reading mine. Normally, like, because I've got the Jade City set from Illumicrate, but I already have a paperback of the first book, so I'll read the paperback instead of the special edition. But for the rest, I'll just read the hardback.
But when it's like it's got stenciled edges and stuff, I'm always like, oh, and like the binding's gonna like, and then it would be, you know.
I am, when I read, I do this with the pages. So I'm always afraid I'll wear it off. It's yeah.
I'm the
'Cause I
same.
have
Like,
to be
like
moving.
sparkly. I'm like, what if my fingers just like remove?
I think it depends if you've got oily skin as well, because if you've got oily skin, you'll rub all the foil off the book if it's got foil on the outside.
Oh, that's good to know because I am an oily beast most of the time.
I'm not too bad normally, but I did do it with one of my Bone Season books, and it just rubbed most of the foil off the hardcover.
Yeah.
I love the look of white hardcovers. Reading a white hardcover, you don't even want to see it when I'm done reading it. It's so gross.
That's me with matte indie
Oh,
books.
Yeah, I had the matte indie books, the buttery ones. Yeah, my finger when there's like a black one, especially, I'm like, now my hands are just all over that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have it for like 3 seconds, like you take it out of the packaging. It's like, what's wrong?
It looks like you just rubbed like fried chicken across it.
I've gotten some that have come like in the mail, and you can tell that whoever packed it, you know. And I was just like, draw it.
So sexy.
Oh yeah.
Book problems.
Yeah, if I have a paperback, I will read the paperback, but I'm not spending money to buy because like special editions are expensive as well.
Mhm.
Yeah,
So like I just deal with it. But I do really like, do you know the newer dust jackets, the book sleeves that are for hardcovers?
Oh yeah.
They're really helpful.
Oh.
Wait,
I haven't
what?
tried.
What do you mean?
It's
Oh,
like-
like the
jacket
covers.
is made out of fabric. Yeah.
Okay, yes. There was one in the from
Oh.
Blood and Ash
Yeah.
crate or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's one.
The only thing is that you can't put really thick hardbacks in them because they don't fit.
Oh. See, normally if I sit down to read a book, I have intentions of reading it in like one sitting. It's actually pretty rare for me to put a book down.
I don't know how you can do that. Like, I have such a
Yep.
shitty attention span.
Same. Every
I-
few pages, I'm like,
I'm going to assume it's hyper focusing that I do.
mhm.
It's that aspect where it's just like, oh, look, and I look up and it's 14 hours later, 4 a.m.
That's impressive.
Like,
Wow.
oh, shit.
That doesn't happen to me very often.
Yeah, it's 50-50.
The hating, it happened with the hating game, though.
I love the hating
I need
game.
to read that one. The last time that happened for me was The Seven Husbands of Evelyn Hugo.
Mm,
I think I read that in 2 sittings.
And
And
it's audio.
I
mhm.
don't know what was so addictive about it.
It was.
Mm-hmm.
That was an addictive one. That was like, that's such a special book because I feel like even if you don't read anywhere near that genre, like everyone, you just love it regardless.
Yeah. Have you read Daisy Jones and the Six? No.
Yes.
Yes. I was wondering if that one was just because it's the same author, correct?
Yeah, it's not as good, but in my opinion anyway. Some people really love it, but I don't particularly care about like the music scene in the 60s and 70s where I care, like I like old Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But the audiobook's really good. I did an audiobook Evelyn Hugo, but I did do Daisy Jones. It's got like a full cast with sound effects and stuff.
Oh, interesting.
I like the audio of Evelyn Hugo. That was really good.
Okay. Noted.
This is wild. I read Crescent City in 2 sittings.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
I did the same thing. I read that. My vlog is like basically, I think I dyed my hair pink, read most of it, and like the vlog is like it's an absolute mess. Like I look like because when you're reading for that long and vlogging the entire experience, like I went crazy at some point.
I go the opposite way with Sarah J. Maas, so I read like 40 pages a day.
You're like we're the exact opposite. I was like done in like 48 hours, and I'm done. And you're like, so
I'm on page 10.
We have some debate in the comments about Daisy Jones.
It
Oh,
is
wow.
like some people love it and some people just really don't like it.
Yeah, I think it depends if you're into that. I think it's really about the aesthetic of that time period, because I do think it captures that, and also if like you're fascinated with like famous people,
Yep.
that definitely is an appeal.
I do think that she has a talent of writing like nonfiction that isn't nonfiction, so they feel like nonfiction, but they're not.
yeah, her talent is like you could see everything that she writes like visually being turned into like a movie or a TV show in my
Oh, I'm really excited for the Daisy Jones TV show because I think Sam Claflin's in it, isn't he?
I think so.
Mm-hmm.
Which is like I'm really excited about that. But then I'm also not because I've seen some of the pictures in costume and obviously it's like 70s vibes, so I'm like, oh.
Oh, never mind.
They're coming back in though, like the amount of guys I see on TikTok with like a massive mustache and nothing else, and I'm like, please stop. Like beards only, please.
I hate mustaches.
You and your beards.
All right, I can do a beard and a mustache, okay? And I can do a beard on its own, but I can't do a mustache on its own. It looks
I
creepy.
swear I've seen Curtis have like a little no?
Yeah, but like he has a beard as well.
Okay. I got you. There has to be more attached to it. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you to Ali for recommending I Hate Fairyland.
I was just going to reply to that. I was trying to. It's so hard to keep up with the comments, but yes,
I know,
one of my
it's
favorites.
very consistent. Like,
Well, I opened it up to reply because you can't like reply on the screen, and I opened it up on my second screen to reply, and it like did a never-ending scroll of the comments to the bottom, and I was just like waiting for all the comments to get to the bottom. But yes, it's great.
yeah, the tiny mustaches, they just weird me out.
I don't think Curtis has the ability to grow a full like bushy like mustache anyway.
I mean, I had a fantastic mustache in one of my recent videos. If anyone would like to go check it out.
This is what it is. It's the porno mustache.
Mhm.
See, I get mine waxed now.
Oh,
I have dark hair and I'm hairy. It's like I get mine waxed, but like I have my nails done and my wax every 3 weeks. When it gets to the end of the 3 weeks, like we're not looking good.
You're like,
Not a good time.
I'm like gratified to hear you use the we because I caught myself using it on an Instagram story the other day and then I deleted the story because I felt like I'm like people are gonna judge me. I can't remember what the story was. Something like, "Oh, we drink everything we want on the weekends, and then during the weekday we're healthy." And then I deleted it. Anyway, my point is, hearing other people use it makes me feel like, okay, I can talk that way.
Well, I hear a lot of people always say like us, like,
Yeah.
and it's a bit strange to like refer to yourself as like an us.
Hmm.
But
Maddie, I don't even know where are you from.
Australia originally, but I live in the America.
I live in the America.
You live in America now? Where are you in the America?
I don't know why I said it like that. My brain was like, I'm reading a book and it's a dystopian, and so they called the Federated States, and I don't know why my brain almost went and said that instead, and so it panicked and just said America.
The America.
The America.
I like that.
I'm in New York. Shit, I'm not gonna live this down.
I live in the Canada.
That is.
I love it.
Welcome to the America.
Oh my god, that's like I unboxed something the other day, and I posted it this morning, and I thought it was like I thought it was like a bell, and I posted the video. I was like, I don't know what this is. Like, I think it's like a bell, and I'm like playing with it, and then I get like 17 comments, people being like, "That's a candle snuffer," and I'm like,
I understand why you thought it was a bell. Like, I get that.
it's like a full minute of me like playing with the thing, like making it ding, and everyone's like, "That's a candle."
Maddie, are you a human, like a cat in human form?
Maybe. I mean, growing up, I like loved like cat girl anime shit. So like,
You just figured out your secret there.
that was like my goal. I was like, maybe one day I'll be like half infused.
This is
I
off
have-
topic, but has anyone seen the new Batman movie?
Watch it with
No,
my
I
dad,
don't
but
like
he's-
Robert Pattinson. I don't.
Well, the
like
reason I bring it up is because Zoe Kravitz, is that her name? She
Mhm.
rocks the Catwoman outfit.
That is why I want to watch it for Zoe Kravitz. I love Zoe
Well,
Kravitz.
Yeah. That family is too hot for their own good. Just saying.
That's true.
Yeah.
They did one of the Nick Hornby books. They did a TV show with Zoe Kravitz as the main character, so they gender bent it,
Oh,
and it was
cool.
really good. But it was cancelled after one season. But it was so good.
Aw.
High Fidelity, I think.
Okay.
I
Wait,
watched it
that
because
was
I
canceled?
huh?
That was canceled?
Yeah, there's only one.
I didn't
one
know that.
series.
Wait, just drop that news, Becca. Wow.
I'm sorry. I mean, it was ages ago because I watched it because I was interviewing Nick Hornby for that YouTube, like the YouTube originals thing. So that was in 2020. So it's been a while.
You're like, it's been 2 years.
Okay.
FYI.
I have to accept that now. But anyway, Maddie, you should do one of your videos wearing the Zoe Kravitz Catwoman outfit.
I need to do that for Halloween one year. That's what I love about like living in the US is that you can wear like Halloween is like such a huge thing.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I
mean,
wouldn't
you're
know
in-
anything about that.
You're just Halloween 25/7, babe.
I mean, you're in New
Always
York, so
Halloween.
you can wear it every day and nobody would bat an eye.
That's
No.
the thing. Like I went to. It's just even when I go out and do everyday stuff, I like to just get dressed up. Well, I don't really leave my apartment much, but when I do, it's nice. Like it's fun. Like I got a concert tomorrow night, a K-pop concert, and so like I'll be getting super dressed up for that, and like no one's gonna really care. Whereas like when I went to college in Indiana, and in Indiana, I would like stick out like a sore thumb. I'm like, yeah, it was like a college town, but.
Harold had some words to say. Okay.
Oh my god, I love that.
Oh, I'm just gonna answer one of these questions. I don't have a channel really. I mean, I technically have one. It's just dead. I'm too busy like writing books to. I can't
I'm
do
too busy writing books.
I just can't do it all. I can't. I have to pick and
No.
choose. I know some authors can do it all. I'm just not one of them. But yeah, so if you want to support me, go buy my book. It's called Fortuna Sworn. It's the first one.
It is.
Some people are paying attention to my Instagram stories to be able to answer what concert I'm going to tomorrow. Yes, it is Monster X.
I love how you replied Monday X. Okay.
It's called, you know what? My autocorrect is the amount of times I will send stuff to people that actually makes no sense because of the autocorrect, and I always instantly will type and hit send before I actually pay attention, and it's awful.
I constantly accidentally send GIFs because like the button is really close to my send, and I'll just send a bunch of them, and I'm like, I'm so sorry, I did not mean to send any of those.
I've given up trying to correct autocorrect now. So like if I typo or if autocorrect does something, like you just have to live with it and work out what I was trying to say.
I speak Becca. It's fine. You guys are the greatest.
Okay, let's get another sprint sorted.
Woo! I can go grab some more wine.
I've been watching I finished Parks and Rec now, but I feel like I identified with John Ralphio a little bit too much, and I've started singing the last word of a sentence. And I need to stop because who wants to be John Ralphio? Like nobody. But I can't stop.
I am seeing your comments, y'all. I can't really respond to all of them, but you are making me smile.
Oh, well, that's a short one. 20 minutes.
Sweet.
But we deal. I'm actually going to put, because Ali's really active on Twitch as well, so I'll put Ali's Twitch in the description.
I've watched Ellie's streams before.
They can be a fun time. We do dance parties.
I normally just like pop in for 10 minutes while I'm brushing my teeth now, because you always go live at like midnight and I'm just like, hi, I'm going to bed, bye.
Yeah. I let chat pick the game sometimes, and of course everyone likes to jump scare me, so if you're into that.
What's the what game was it that you posted? I think it was yesterday about a character.
Do what now?
You said something about your character in the game and posted a picture of it, but I don't know what game.
Oh, that's Lost Ark. My character is hot.
It looks good.
Lost Ark. It's an MMO. For those who don't know, it's a don't ask me what that stands for off the top of my head right now. It's like RuneScape.
Multi something online. Oh my god. What is it?
Multi something online. Yes. Anyway, it's an MMO, but you have to like fight things. But I go around and just collect seeds, like a true wholesome being.
That's what I do when I play MMOs. Everyone's like killing. I remember a few years ago I was playing, I think, Elder Scrolls Online, and my mum kept coming in the room and being like, "This game looks really boring," because I was just making armor constantly.
Yes.
So it's just like my character doing this at a bench while I'm like going through menus.
I'm just like sailing to each island looking for cute things and then taking selfies like the whole time.
Massively multiplayer online. There we go.
I'm very 50-50 on MMOs. Like, I prefer just playing like open world, first person, like, well, third person actually, open world.
The problem with MMOs is that I like them all, but you have to pick one MMO and dedicate your life to it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It never ends.
See, Lost Ark, everyone is hot, so that was
that
the
you
deciding
the other
factor.
day, like that really hot character that you made? Oh.
Yeah. Well, and all the other characters are hot. Like I have a pirate girlfriend, just saying. So she doesn't know it, but I know it. So yeah.
And on that note,
so hot.
We will sprint. Oh god, which button? Is it that one? There we go. I'll see you all in 20.
Hey.
Hello. How'd we do?
I have no idea.
Did you find a book?
I was gonna say, did you even find a book?
Oh, I know. I'm reading. I'm reading for work at the moment. Like books that I have to do marketing stuff for, because I'm way behind. So I'm reading a YA dystopian. It just actually came out. It's already out in the UK. It's called The Stranded by Sarah Daniels. So I'm reading that because we're publishing it in January. And then after this, I'm reading Scarlett St. Clair's When Stars Come Out, which is her YA fantasy that we're doing in for July. So I need to read that after this.
I didn't know she had a YA fantasy coming out.
Yeah, so she wrote it. It was like her very first book was a YA fantasy. And then what we did was with our editing team, she ended up completely like redoing it. So I'm interested to see what it's like. All I know is it was based off the myth of Eurydice and Orpheus. So we'll see.
Nice. I am at least 60% of the way through. I think there's 5 issues in this, and I've got like 1 3/4 left.
Nice.
It's very like, considering it's the last one, it's very episodic. And each issue is like a different thing. They're like traveling through realms, and each issue is like a different realm. But I'm like, how are you going to wrap it up in a volume, like an issue and 3/4? Are they done forever, or are they on hiatus? Do you know, Ellie?
I don't know because I stopped reading the series, to be honest.
Well, I started it.
I found it kind of hard to follow. At times.
No.
Yeah.
I get that. It's not as good now as it was.
Yeah. No, unfortunately, the first 3 were like so good. Unfortunately. But yeah.
Yeah, Saga's coming back. So the next volume should be out later.
Yeah, I've heard that was making it because I've got a lot of friends who never read like the last 2 volumes because they've just been waiting.
Oh, well,
the last volume.
I know a lot of people who've done that, and because I have read them all, and I'm like, I need to. Nobody understands my pen.
No, I understand. I understand. Yeah. And the wait,
like
the 2-year wait.
Because they were only supposed to be on hiatus for a year, but it was a lot longer.
I remember that. Yeah. God, everyone's reading Medusa. I've actually been wanting to read that.
I don't even know about that. I'm so like behind on any book news.
I am so out of the loop.
Because it was a debut. Because I do a debut video twice a year with upcoming debuts. So the one thing I pay attention to.
That's something that I definitely don't pay attention to. Like the thing that I'm worst at is keeping track of debuts in any way, shape, or form.
Not that I read them though. Like I'm so bad.
Oh yeah. So many publishers. I accepted like 1 book from a publisher, and they send me everything now, and I'm like, I'm the worst possible person you could send these to. Like,
oh my god, Madison, like source books treat me so well.
I just send stuff to people because I'm like, fuck it. I don't care.
I don't know if you saw my most. Was it my?
Oh shit! I was supposed to send my fuck. I'm going away. We have Memorial Day weekend soon. I'm going to be visiting my parents, but we have books that release on the 31st, on June 7th. So I'm not going to be here at my apartment. So I need to take photos of those beforehand. I forgot I was supposed to ship them to myself. Oh well, whatever. I'll remember on Monday.
But yeah, I got which one did you send me?
Oh, I sent you Monsters.
Yeah, that one, which I found is stuck under my car. And the packaging was so nice.
Oh yes,
I worked to design that. I fucking loved it.
And I was like, UK publishers. I literally just got a book from Del Rey, and I was like, UK publishers don't treat me this well. Like,
the ticket slot is so cool.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That was so much fun to make. That was like I drew it, like I drew my own version of it to give to our graphic designer, And I was like, here is my drawing. I was like, do what you can with this. And it was such a sad looking thing, but it's a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun to work on. And hopefully I'll get to do another one next year, because we don't do those all the time. It's only like once a year. I get to like pick a book. Ooh, very sure.
Who is the author for Medusa?
It's Jessie something.
Oh, okay. I have seen
The
that
cover
book.
is
Yeah.
like cool.
Cover's awesome. Teal and purple are my colors, or not teal and purple. I'm a teal and orange. Don't know why purple popped out of my mouth.
I'm a navy and mustard, so I'm like one slot next to you on the color wheel.
I would have never guessed.
Oh, really?
But it's weird because I'm doing a room makeover right now, and the colors we're going with are navy and mustard.
I mean, it's a perfect combination. You cannot go wrong.
Brian is very hesitant about the mustard, and I'm like, no, I promise you, it's gonna.
I don't. Everyone assumes that my favorite color is mustard, and I don't even like yellow that much. But most of my house is grey, and mustard just goes with grey.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you need a pop of color, it has to be like emerald or mustard. So,
Sorry, I was thinking of a different Medusa book. I was thinking of one that came out apparently last year. But there is also the Jessie Burton one. I was thinking of this one, which came out.
I have
Rosie.
seen that,
Mhm.
the Jessie Burton one.
Apparently everyone's reading the Jessie Burton one, so that's new. I don't like that cover as well, but that's just...
I think I've actually only seen that because people are reading it for this readathon.
Yeah.
No, I don't. I do like it now, and I feel I've surrounded myself with it so much, and it also looks good on me. So, like, I have a mustard jacket, so it kind of has become my favorite color, kind of. But I've never liked yellow because my mum went through phases of paint. So, like, throughout my life, there were phases of painting everything the same color. So I remember in the early 2000s, it was terracotta. So I hate terracotta. And then in, like, when we got closer to 2010, she started painting everything lemon. So I'm just really against yellow, but lemon specifically.
That's so funny. You get Illumicrate, don't you?
Yeah.
Beautiful yellow boxes.
Yeah. I really like the Afterlight box that they've just sent, which is orange. It's the first time they've done a special box for that.
Ooh, pretty.
So, what is your favorite color then?
I don't know. Maybe a turquoise.
Mm-hmm.
I love a good teal,
Mm-hmm.
but I buy a lot of things in purple.
I like a purple as well. I don't think purple looks good on me, though. You're muted, honey.
I've been talking this whole time.
I was like, you're being really quiet over there.
Nope. I've been jibber jabbering this whole time, like contributing, yes, commenting, reacting. So this is good to know that I'm all missed. This is my version of Maddie's The America.
Don't bring it back. Then stop mentioning it.
We need to refocus on your embarrassment.
I mean, true, my hair is purple, but it's one of the only colors that I can dye my hair without having to bleach it to white. Because the purple neutralizes the yellow, because my hair is like ginger when it's bleached.
Oh, that's true.
My hair is currently white through here from the purple that I put in.
I miss your teal when you had that like bright teal hair. That was the coolest. But that
I
makes
miss it
sense.
too. But Brian is on strict orders to never allow me to dye my hair teal again.
Yeah.
It's so hard to get out.
Oh my gosh, people are even saying Kelsey is muted. Where was I?
Just vibing.
Really? I was vibing. I was sitting there listening to you going, I hate Ella. I'm like, yeah. Like,
The silent commentary, like, yeah.
KJ, are you a full-time writer? I mean, technically, I do dog sit sometimes, but that mostly supports my Uber Eats habit.
Weird.
So I'd say yes, technically.
That's the full-time part. The dog part is the part-time part.
Yes.
I mean, why wouldn't you want to dog sit?
My dog.
She's so precious.
So spoiled. Anyway,
Oh, I love that.
most expensive
gorgeous.
dog ever.
Why?
She is. Why? Haven't I told you
Oh,
this?
her allergy. She's got a
She's
skin
allergic
allergy.
to the world.
Yeah.
She's
Mm.
allergic to humans. She's allergic to herself. She's allergic to grass. Like just anything you could think of that a dog is going to come in contact with, she's allergic to.
That's so sad.
Yeah. She's a very expensive dog. She takes a very nice medication every month.
Wow.
You're like, yay.
You have to wash her a lot now as well, don't you?
Not with now that I'm paying for this, ridiculous medication. I don't have to bathe her every single day now.
Oh, good.
That's nice.
Yeah.
That's better.
Oh, what genre is Fortuna sworn? Fantasy romance. Although, when I really just want to get my point across, and someone goes, "What do you write?" And I'm in a hurry. I'm like, "Oh, I write fairy porn." I'm like, I'll see ya.
Bye.
Accurate. Oh, Ash gets to be the tooth fairy tonight.
Oh, wow.
The babies be losing their teeth.
I am also allergic to humans.
I feel that.
But you can tell she's like a really precious and loving dog, so it must suck to be her. Can you imagine if she understood and it was like, you can't touch humans anymore? Like, that's it for you.
That's so
Mm.
sad.
That wouldn't work for her. Oh no. Grass is such a tricky one because it's everywhere.
Yeah, I don't
Mhm.
get how you can't. There's like some things that people who are allergic to dust. I'm like,
That's me. That's
Yeah.
me.
And my mom,
Yep.
my mom is very sensitive to dust. And I'm like,
I'm
Gross.
allergic to UV rays. So, yes.
To the sun.
Yes.
Wow.
To the
Actually,
literal sun.
What would happen if we put you on a sunbed?
It's not good. As someone who has tried it, it's not good.
is it like like your skin bubbles up?
I get blisters.
Yeah.
Mhm. And I can tell in the summer if I've missed a spot of putting sunscreen on, I get immediate blisters.
Mm.
Wow.
Nah. Chuck me in the sun. I'll be more than happy.
Yeah.
That's why I'm always pale.
I live in it.
I have I've got a pale patch on my shoulder where my tattoo is because I put like stronger sunscreen on my tattoos. So I've got a really pale patch all around my shoulder now.
You'll do that now, and then like as time goes on, you're like, yeah, I'll just do regular sunscreen everywhere. Because I used to do like SPF, like the zinc. And I'll still do it from time to like if I have stuff, I'll remember to put like the zinc on my tattoos instead. Otherwise, I'm just like, yeah, the regular one's close enough.
Literally. That's been a running joke in my family for years.
I didn't realize how like legit it was though.
Oh yeah, no.
Wow.
Very legit. So I am a true vampire.
I mean,
My
that's-
dust allergy is wild because I can live in a dusty place, but if I try and move the dust, like if I try and clean it, that's where we have problems.
That's my mom has that, and she's allergic to dogs, which are her favorite creatures in the whole entire world.
I am slightly allergic to dogs, which I only realized after I'd moved out from my dad's. We came here and he was going out with his girlfriend and wanted me to have the dog overnight, and she came here and my allergies started flaring up and I was like, wow. Now I understand why I used to have really bad allergies and I don't anymore. I'm allergic to you. But it would never stop me because I can take antihistamine, so I would just do that.
It's like people who are lactose intolerant, they still eat lactose, they just take lactate tablets. Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
funny.
God. Yeah, no, you can't keep my best friend away from cheese. Like, it's not happening.
My mom's Italian and she's lactose intolerant. So.
I get it if I get dust on my, like if I've been, because I'm sorting out my bedroom at the minute, which is just like full of junk. So if I'm sorting through things that are dusty, it hurts my fingers.
Oh wow.
Yeah, like all around my nails. So it's where the dust has gone under my nails. Like my nails
Oh.
start to get really sore on the tips of my fingers.
I get that with UV lights for nails.
I
Oh,
do think so because I know you used to get your nails done a lot, and you do them. Do you?
I do them myself with a
UV
UV light. Yeah,
Oof.
they're just
you
bit-
just a little
bit
bit.
swollen for a bit afterwards, but
Ouch.
Some of these allergies are wild.
yeah. I somehow work with children now, and I don't understand how that has how I have fallen into this job, working with children.
I feel like to work with children well, you have to adore them or hate them.
Oh, yeah. No, they come up to me and I'm like the no nonsense person. So
Mm.
they come up to me and I'm like, I have no clue what you're saying. I'm like, don't touch me. Stay over there 5 feet away. Thank you. Like, and my coworker's like, oh my God, you're so cute. And look at you looking adorable. And I'm just like, behind the line, stay on the X. Like,
No, I'm not I wouldn't say I'm not a fan of children, but I was an only child growing up and I was also the youngest in my family, so I've never experienced them. So when I encounter a child, I panic.
Yeah, I can see that. I don't like know what to talk to them about because I'm like, what's your name? And then how old are you? And then I'm out of ammo. I'm like, well, okay, what else do I say? I can't talk to you about the political climate. Like,
oh, yeah. I made the mistake of, well, first of all, don't ever ask a child if they have a pet at home unless you want to hear about everything that happens in their home.
okay.
And 2, don't ever ask them to guess your age. You will be humbled immediately.
Oh, do you guys want to hear a sad story about age?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm 29, and one of my friends is 23, and she's a very young looking 23. Like, she's very petite, and she, her glasses make her look younger somehow. So anyway, we went shopping the other day, and she goes into the dressing room, and I stay behind, and the dressing room attendant says to Kinsey, like, "Oh, your mom's not going with you?"
Wow.
That's the end of the story. Except I actually got really mad and went, "Her mom? I'm 29!" And yeah, echoed through the whole store, and we left very quickly. But
I went to the supermarket the other day and I had a lottery ticket that I kept forgetting to cash. So I was like, oh, I'll take it with me because there's a lottery counter at the supermarket. So I took it to her and she looked at me and said, like, do you have any ID? So I was like, yeah, sure. Got my ID out, gave it to her. She saw the year that I was born and said, blimey. I was like, great. So I don't know whether to be like complimented that you thought I was younger or offended that when you saw my age you were shocked.
It's a compliment. It's a compliment. I would say it's a compliment.
Yeah.
Wow.
It is weird here in the America that because the drinking age is 21 and they asked for my ID at a liquor store one time and I handed it over and they immediately handed it back and I was like, wow, that was really quick. And they said, yeah, the year you were born starts with a 19. And I was like,
oh yeah.
I'm like, dear God. Yep, sure. Yep. It's been that long.
Yeah, because my little brother, he's a 2000s baby. And so whenever, like, I always know, like, how old he is and all that stuff because it's, like, literally the year it is his age. I'm always, like, just going off that. I'm like,
Yeah.
Solid.
These comments are making me feel much better, by the way, guys.
No, I have some friends who look like they're like literal children, and then some friends who look way older than they are.
I think I look exactly how old I am.
The 20s is weird. Like, your 20s are weird.
You're right.
Of trying to figure out how old you actually look.
I like
oh
this
yeah, like people being born in 2010, like Curtis's youngest sister.
That's a no-no. That's a no-no.
I think Curtis's youngest sister would have been born in 2010.
Wow.
Which is wild. I think she's 12 or 11 or 13. I don't know. She's like somewhere around there.
Maybe 12. It's 12 years. 0.
Oh no, I'm 26 with a 19-year-old nephew. My sister gets called my mom. Oh no.
Oh wow.
Well, in case anyone was wondering, I'm apparently turning 52 this year. So
you're turning 52?
That's what the children told me.
Oh wow.
How is that even remotely? You look like a child 80% of the time.
Right? But kids have no sense. Like, no sense of age.
It's weird though, because I feel like when you're in, like, I always assume that anybody, when I was a kid, I thought that anyone in a position of authority was older, because like we'd have teachers in their early 30s and they'd seem really young. Yeah. But that they weren't really.
Well, for me, it's like I always thought, like when I was a kid, we used to like play games and stuff and be like, well, when I'm going to pretend that I'm this years old because that's when you get to like, that's like when your life is like awesome. And I'm like, bro, what the fuck? I'm like, I have got like so off.
I've talked about this in live shows a lot, but one of the worst days of my life was when I realized that my parents were humans. I was like, oh, you do not have your shit together, okay?
Isn't that such a strange moment?
Yeah, it's the worst. Because I think my parents were very, like, much problem solvers. So, like, when I realized that not everything they were telling me was good and that they had their own issues, I was like, oh no, because I trust you implicitly to like fix my life. So how can I do that now? What do I do?
Ash the book sloth. Did you see that comment?
Oh yeah, like Ash likes my dad. I think he was in the B-roll of a vlog once with some horses, and Ash is one of my patrons, and she said in my Discord, she was like, "Who's the hottie?" I was like, "That's my dad."
Like, get away.
Books to Ashes. With your comment about you feeling behind, you are not behind. Like everybody, it's so cliche, but everyone's on a different path, and it's just something that I've had to learn in the past couple of years too. She said that that she's 28, which is almost my age, and she said that everyone is kind of having kids, and she feels behind. But
I feel that. Like everybody that I went to school with is like, I've got 7 kids, so I'm like, how?
The way I look at it, like, I mean, children are a gift, and that I can see it's very fulfilling, but also I'm 29 and I'm getting to see the world, and I'm not having to worry about that right now, and I'm okay with that.
I'm almost 30 and play video games till 4 a.m. every night.
Yeah. Everyone's on a different path to do what makes you happy.
I mean, I had the worst mental health I've ever had, in 12 years the other week, and I got out of bed at 1 p.m. and I was back asleep by 9. Like, I cannot have a child. Like, what would I do with it?
No, and I love that, like, you're aware of that and you're okay with it, and yeah. I just never want to hear someone say, like, I feel like I'm behind, because you're not. Like, that's just such a societal standard.
Creeps me out when I would see like people who were younger than me in like college, and like I was like it was like the first year of COVID, and like I was like, there were people getting married and getting engaged that very first year. I'm like, you people have been together a year. You guys are all under the age of like 22. I was like, my brain, but it was in Midwest.
Our brains aren't even fully formed at that point, are they?
I think 25.
25.
Yeah.
I know. I've seen marriages that start like at that age last. Every couple's different.
Yeah, and it's so interesting to me. I'm like,
but also during quarantine, all I was doing was spending 800 hours playing Animal Crossing. Like,
I love this.
Time for anything else.
You will not put any judgment here.
I think I just worked a lot.
You did, Becca. You were running your own business. Come on.
Yeah. I worked more in 2020 than I do now, just because there was literally nothing else to do.
Yeah.
I spent so much money on stupid shit.
I did too. I look back at the money I spent in my, like late 18, 19, 20, and I'm like, what was I doing? I should have invested it.
Yeah, I know. Like, I was just buying like all these art prints and like stuff from Etsy and like all these like K-pop albums. And I was like, why? I was like, what? I had nothing better to do with my life than just buy stuff. I was like, what else am I gonna do?
We all do it though.
In my head, we're all the same age. I feel that. Like, I always say, because like Ashley's my closest booktube friend, and I always forget that I think she's 23. I think she just turned 23, and like I'm 29. And everybody else that like I'm really close friends with is like 27, 28, 29. And then you've got Ashley, who's like 23.
One of my best friends is like 45. And I just assume we're the same age at all times. And then like something will come up and I'm like, I wasn't born yet for that, by the way. She's like, God damn it. I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry that I just had to bring that up.
Yeah, that's the same with me. All my friends are always, the people who I'm really close with are always older than me. And it's always just like, and I'm always like, haha. And then I feel like people don't. And no one's like, my age has never like been like.
I'm loving these comments. These comments are fantastic.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm pretty sure Ashley just turned 23. I don't think she turned 24, but she might have done. She's 23 or 24.
I didn't realize she was younger than me. That's actually what's surprising to me.
Yeah, she's a grandma in a young person's body, to be fair. So.
She really is.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of like cottagecore folklore people, like that really chill, like fun.
Yeah. Oh, she turned 24. Okay.
There we go.
You don't even know your best friend.
Wow.
Oh my god. I don't know how old my friends are. I'm like,
I forget. It all blurs together, especially because like people are saying like everyone assumed we were just the same age. So like I forget that she's like 5 years younger than me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
To be fair, I don't even remember my own age most of the time, so don't
Do you
expect
want-
me to know
I'm
anyone else.
turning the big 30 in a couple months. And you guys want to know how I'm celebrating my 30th? Me and my friends are gonna go get really drunk on a river and tube.
Nice.
That's the best, though. That's what I do every birthday.
I'm so excited. In Minnesota, it's called Apple River. Well, it's technically in Wisconsin. And yeah, you take a party bus there and
Oh, that's way fancier. We're rednecks where I'm from, so we don't have party buses.
oh yeah.
It's called sitting in the back of a truck bed.
Oh,
We leave no one behind. No one is DDing. So that's the mentality behind the party bus.
Yeah.
I can tell you, I don't remember my Apple River days. Like none of them.
You're not supposed to.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to. If you did, if you remember any of that kind of stuff, there's so many days you're like, oh, like it's pretty. It's like 70% I remember, and then the last 30% I'm like, I got that pretty solid.
I remember getting there.
Ali, where are you from?
Technically speaking, West Virginia. So I feel like
That means nothing to me because I am not from the America.
that will mean a lot to the people from the America.
God, I hate everything.
I live
I
in
mean,
Maryland,
that's what you spend
so-
every day, Gavin. I'm going to.
There's what's in between those legs in the air.
Yes, I'm from the America.
Okay.
I'm
another
in
sprint.
the East Coast, Midwest. A bunch of
Oh,
different-
you're just from Massachusetts, not the Massachusetts?
from Lily and the Lake.
Oh, for God's sake.
Oh,
20 minutes. Kill me.
Why? Why's that bad?
I like longer ones.
Oh,
I think we can pretend we all blinked at the same time and no one saw, and you could roll
Sure.
again.
Should I roll one more and then we'll add it on?
high number wins.
You could choose the highest
Okay.
of the two rolls.
Yes, I agree with
It's your readathon.
Schweppes.
9:45.
Hey.
Plus, we've talked longer on this one, so we'll
We
take
did.
the 45.
that. I am a stickler for the rules, but I'll let this go.
Oh, I make up rules as I go in literally everything.
I just do what I'm told. I don't like making decisions.
I'm just like, Becca, do the thing. Do the
Becca,
thing.
please get it together. I'm trying. I mean, Sam, I'm reading a graphic novel. I can't get through it. Okay, 45 minutes.
Someone was asking what the dice roll means. That means how many minutes?
Yes, one
Someone
dot.
mentioned Harry Styles one night only live stream. Has anyone listened to the new album? I was listening to it today as I was working. Press the first song, and I was like, walking around to go grab my coffee while I was working, and it was just the song was starting to play, and then the first lyric comes on, and it's brown rice, and I was like, wait, what the fuck? And it's him talking about a sushi restaurant. And I was like, what is my life?
I haven't listened to it. I
Oh,
only like
that's
some
nice.
Harry Styles songs, which I know I'm going to get removed from my own live show because I know a lot of people love Harry Styles.
My brother's girlfriend.
Oh God, now everyone's talking about Harry Styles.
Oh, no.
Anyway, I don't know anything
Anyway.
about the man or his hair, so
All I know about Harry Styles, I see him in some really colorful outfits.
those are nice.
I remember when he was on X Factor because British, so
Oh my
back
god,
in-
I still fucking remember that, bruh.
when he was a little baby. I've never willingly listened to Harry Styles.
I've never willingly listened to John Mayer, and I know all of his songs because my mum is obsessed. Like, I know them all. It's awful.
Oh, I had a One Direction phase, but not a Harry Styles phase.
I met Harry Styles in Nottingham.
Ooh.
We were there, like my family was there. My dad wanted to go into a bar,
Mhm.
and we went in, and he was just in there.
Did you
Nice.
speak with him?
Yeah, I got a photo with him. I was like 17.
Yeah.
The
Wow.
audio cut out for me, and I was trying to fill in the blank of "Did you blank with him?" And I was like trying to catch up and waiting for the
Well,
answer.
did you?
I mean, if that was the case, we would be in a very different situation right now.
I'm like running through different options. I'm like, what was the word? What was the word that was just put there?
There's so many options.
My 1D boy was Harry. Or Zane.
Zane.
You know what it changed was the Jonas Brothers is what changed with me, because I remember I grew up being like Nick, and now I'm like Joe.
Mm,
To clarify, I
Well,
said,
we
did you
joke me.
speak with him?
I know you said speak. We all
I'm
know.
trying not to embarrass myself on this live. Like real hard.
Starsy here and Starsy is shook.
I'm so sorry, Starsy. You should know I'm always a mess.
Right. Let's sprint. I'll see y'all in 45.
Let me know if I don't unmute this time.
We got you. We got you.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Who is it?
How do you do?
I feel like I always just get 20 pages.
I mean, that was a longer sprint, so maybe you should have done a little bit more there. But...
I was talking to a cute boy, okay?
Oh, was it the cute boy that you showed me yesterday? Are
Yeah,
you going out with him later?
I am. So he might have taken up some of my reading time. It's fine.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Finish my book in my name because I finished Rat Queens.
Good job.
Woo!
It was the lowest rated volume, though I gave it 2 stars.
Yeah. That series doesn't do great over time.
No, and it's like hopped around a lot, and like I said, I don't know how they're gonna wrap it up. And it was progressing at a normal pace during the last issue, and then it just cut the conflict and was like, everything's good now.
Oh.
Mm.
It's like, okay. But at the end of it, because I haven't heard any official statement that this is over, but I haven't heard any plans of like what they're doing next or anything. But not the last page of the comic, like after the extras and stuff, right at the end, there is a page that says, "It ain't over yet."
Oh.
So,
Oh no.
but maybe it should be.
Just tell it how it is, Becca. Just tell it how it is.
I'm really sad because like the beginning was really good.
That's always really depressing when you start something, you're like, this is going to be cool. And then as you keep going, you're like, oh, this is not going great.
Yes, and I'm sad as well because it's the same with this series. I really like the first book, but I didn't like the second. And then everybody's told me that based on what I didn't like about the second, I'm probably not going to like the third. And it's like, well,
I really want to start that series.
I DNF'd
First
that
book's really
series.
where did you
Wow.
do?
I DNF'd the first one.
I really like the first one. I really like the main character.
What series? Sorry.
Skyward by Brandon Sanderson.
Oh.
I have tried a few of Brandon Sanderson's things and just I don't think his writing is for me. I've DNF'd the things that I've tried.
That's like me, and I know that I've DNF'd her, but I've read A Darker Shade of Magic and I've read Gallant by Schwab, and I just don't think her writing style is for me.
Mhm.
It depends for me because I really like Vicious and Addie LaRue, but I don't love Darker Shade of Magic. I don't like Monsters of Verity very much. And I haven't read Gallant yet.
Makes me maybe I'd be in the same boat as you then. Maybe I'll like the other two.
You might like Addie LaRue because it's got like a romantic plot through it.
I think I figured out why I DNF'd Addie LaRue, and it wasn't because of the quality of the book or anything like that. I started reading it like right when we were in the most intense COVID lockdown. And like that book makes you feel lonely.
Mhm.
And so like reading that during a really heavy time when I lived alone and it was so isolated already, I think that's why I couldn't do it.
It's also not like a book that you can sit and really read in one sitting. It's a lot to take in and like devour and yeah.
Interesting.
It's really slow paced too.
It's so beautiful. I admit that. Like the writing is
She has a beautiful writing. Her writing style is very pretty. It's like a very gorgeous thing to read. It's just yeah. One of my good friends is like Schwab trash to the max.
I think I'm pretty mixed with her stuff.
Yeah.
So
like Addie LaRue, one of my favorite books. Vicious, one of my favorite series. Darker Shade of Magic was underwhelming. Monsters of Verity didn't really like it.
Oh, so, I didn't like the Monsters of Verity series at all, to be honest. She has a middle grade series as well that's
that goes
fine.
One.
It's fine. Yeah. It's very much wanting to be the Graveyard book.
No one can repeat the Graveyard book.
Well, I mean, Neil Gaiman is just like
Neil Gaiman
in his own, like in his own tier.
It's off topic, but the audiobook for the Graveyard Book is one of the best I've ever heard.
Oh,
Well, any Neil Gaiman audiobooks are
Yeah.
fantastic.
Like people always ask me, like, "Oh, do you read your own audiobooks or do you do your own?" I'm like, "No,
No, that's not normal.
Gaiman."
Yeah.
It's good when authors do it though, because obviously they know how it should be read. Like one of my favorite audiobooks is for the Georgie Nicholson series, because it's such a particular like writing style anyway throughout the books that only Louise Renison could narrate them, and they were really good.
No, I would make them cringy. Like I can't do sexy out loud, so I
can't do kitties. I can't do mine's now sitting next to me. Romance audiobooks.
Oh, really?
Weirds me out.
No,
I've
I
tried a
can't.
couple before, but the second anything steamy happens, I'm just sitting there and I'm like,
That's how I feel when I'm writing those scenes in public.
oh my god, I was on the airplane the other week, okay? And I brought A Touch of Darkness with me. And I'm sitting with it. And then the guy next to me has like religious text. He has and I'm sitting there and I'm like, this is the awkwardest thing in the entire world. I'm like trying to read it and I'm like
Yeah, I've read 2 Neil Gaiman books and I didn't like either of them.
Oh,
Yeah.
he is definitely a mixed bag. It's either like but it's just his writing style is like something else.
I don't think the ones that I've read were very good though, because I read Stardust, which I don't think anybody liked. It was a group book for a readathon. And I've read Norse mythology as well.
Oh, that wasn't.
Movie though, Stardust movie.
Oh, the Stardust movie, yeah. Which is why I thought the book would be good, but no.
That's like I've never read The Princess Bride, but I don't know how that would compare to like that movie is such a classic. So you like I feel like when there are movies that are classics, like
I love that movie.
I just did a vlog where my first Studio Ghibli movie ever was Howl's Moving Castle like 3 weeks ago.
Oh my
and
god.
I kind of became obsessed. So then I decided to read the book. So I'm working on a vlog right now where I read the book and it's
different.
Not the same.
No, it's not.
Nope.
You're like, oh no.
I love the book though. That's one of my favorite books.
Book is a lot more innocent isn't the word light. It's more light than the movie. Because I remember the book didn't have the war element that the movie did.
Yeah. It's just very different. That's what I'll say. Yes.
Yeah.
It was a little harder to follow, and the characters aren't as likable.
And the fact that it's a portal fantasy as well in the book.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would say that's an interesting one to think about.
I didn't know going into that book. I didn't know that it was a romance. Like I didn't know there was a romantic element to it.
You can't tell is the thing. Like it's not set up very well for a romantic plot.
Yeah. I did like it though, because it's a children's book, but I don't think it necessarily reads like a children's book. It's one that like you can read at any age, which I really enjoyed about it.
I actually didn't know it was a children's book.
It reads like very old school children's fantasy.
Yeah.
Like it reminds me a lot of The Witch in the Wardrobe.
Oh, okay.
That style.
I got you.
Ma'am, please.
I was gonna say Coraline was one of my favorites, and maybe that's like those are the only Neil Gaiman books I really read. I did read The Ocean at the End of the Lane.
I heard that that's really good, and I do want to read that.
That one's my favorite. I really want to get a cat and name it Ursula Monkton, because that's the best name ever.
I need a second cat. I need to wait till I move somewhere else. I'm moving again, so I gotta keep waiting.
I could not live with more than one cat.
I just keep acquiring them, so
yeah. Okay. Staying in the States, just don't know where I'm living. So
come to Minnesota.
No, I have to work in a state that like my company will let me live in. Otherwise, I would have just moved back in with my parents. But my company won't let me live in Nevada. So.
Did your parents move?
Yeah. Well,
not move.
They moved to the America. Yeah,
I'm fucking over it. I threw myself over. I've
I
made
love it.
such a large boo-boo. No, yeah, they moved to Nevada, Vegas last summer.
Wow.
I like it out there. I just like it reminds me a lot of Australia with the weather and stuff. And
Really? Oh, that's kind of cool to know.
Yeah, I believe it's warm.
Maddie, I have a trip booked to Australia in December of 2023.
best time to go. Love that.
Really?
Yeah, we always used to go back for Christmases, and so we'd always go out for December. Yeah.
It's the start of summer, isn't it? December.
Mm-hmm.
That is good to know for my future trips.
Is it not like too hot though? In December?
Not in December. You end of Jan is a hot month. January is a hot month. Yep. Depends on where you are though, and depends on like the year. You definitely don't want to go in like the winter time. It's really rainy, so don't do winter. Like our winters aren't cold, but they're just like gross and rainy. So.
I would prefer rain over snow.
Oh yeah, I hate the snow. Like
don't go to Minnesota.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. I can't live. My company's based out of Chicago, and that's like, that's really snowy and windy, and I'm like, no.
In Minnesota, we just had like a huge snowstorm towards the end of April.
I remember, was it the last live show we did, Kelsey, where I think we were backstage and you told us what temperature it was?
Yeah.
And I was like thinking it was like, I don't know, -5 degrees Celsius or something. And it was like -20. And I was like, that's not real. It can't be that cold. That's not a real temperature.
I know. I still do everything in Celsius too. So I was like, because Katie from Katie's Book Nook is coming down for the concert tomorrow, and I was like, yeah, it's gonna be like 28 degrees, and I'm sitting there like, I don't really know how to translate that for you, and I'm not going to. So
just know that the air hurts your face here.
See here, because we're super mild, we have like all weather, but none of it's all just a bit pathetic.
Yeah, it's just like
it's like it gets hot, but not past 32 degrees, and 32 degrees is really odd. We'll have maybe 2 days a year at 32. Normally the hottest is like 30, and that's maybe a week. And then when it snows for a day, and then it melts. It's just
that's not bad though. Yeah, we used to get some summers that were like 38 degrees. Like that was.
I saw someone just ask how long the sprints are going. I think just for another hour.
Yes, we have 1 more hour. So I think I'm going to do, instead of doing a roll, we're just going to go for 45 minutes, probably in a couple of minutes, and then 10 minutes to wrap up. And then we'll be hanging. We'll be handing over to Vish. Who, I think the link to the playlist is in my description box. So if you have access to the playlist, you have the little live thing on whoever's live at the minute. But I've also got Vish's channel linked.
Basically, Bookish reads, I hope you enjoyed your shower journey.
My shower journey.
I love that.
Love that for you.
Next prompt drop will be, I think it's Aaron's sprints at midday BST. Obviously, I don't know your time zone, so I can't help you with the conversion.
I should know this. What is the prompt? Like, I've just picked out a book I want to read.
Gods and short book, so your book does not apply.
You know what? There is kind of like a sexy man, which could be a god, kind of, in a way.
I like the way you're thinking.
Yeah. And this is short in comparison to A Court of Silver Flames. It's all relative.
Short in comparison to your last Chunky Monkey, which you can whack someone with.
You could kill someone with that book. That's what I was thinking when I wrote it. I was like, I want this to, be used as a weapon.
When that arrived, I ordered that and it arrived and I was like, oh no. Because you sent me the ebook, so I was reading the ebook and then that arrived and I was going to switch over to the physical and I saw how big it was and I was like, no, because you made the font smaller as well. I was like, I'm not reading this. I'll just go back to my ebook.
Like, I'm okay. I get to have one that I can look at and one that I can...
It hurts to hold. Like, what do you need, my sweet summer child? What? Okay. Okay, everything's fine. Should we continue our next sprint?
Yes, because we need to be prompt and end on time. It really worries me because the whole point of this readathon relies on everybody being on time.
Oh no.
Last time was a rough time. Just saying. Because we were at the end.
Yeah.
I can't breathe.
I feel like you and Madison tapping in on the first one and not the last one was strategic, so that the same thing doesn't happen again.
What do you mean by that?
We can do.
I do have to work tomorrow again, so I
Ouch.
will be
So just one bottle of wine today, not two.
literally just one bottle of wine so I can go to work in the morning.
You're like,
Wow. Okay. This is our final sprint. And I'll see you all in 45 minutes.
ooh.
Hello. We're 30, so not bad. I'm 37 pages into this now, so I think I can read 120 pages tomorrow morning. It depends what time I get out of bed.
I have no idea what I did. No clue.
Got 33 minutes left.
Close.
I'm over halfway, so
Solid.
feeling good.
Oh, Vladimir, I want to read that.
That's got such a cool cover.
It's classed as literary fiction, I think, so normally not my thing, but the synopsis intrigues me.
Yeah, it seems like a good one.
Lots of progress in the chat. Some people have finished both prompts already, and I wish it was me, but it's really not.
You're like, no.
I keep getting tired, so I have to get up and walk around for 5 minutes.
I do want to, like, Becca's screen is dark, like, almost the whole time. Where is she going? What's she doing?
I went to stand in the garden for some fresh air and looked at the stars.
Did you really?
Yeah.
I love that. That's so pure.
I live in the middle of nowhere, so we can actually see the stars as well.
Oh, we cannot see them here.
Really?
Not really.
I can see stars. I just, I can't just go out and stand on the street. I'd look like a dumbass.
You can see the stars in New York City?
I was gonna say.
Like, to an extent, yeah, like not like as nice as you could like elsewhere, but you still see some stars.
Okay.
Mm.
I wonder if you can see stars. I feel like you really can't.
I feel like you live somewhere like not remote, but like out of the way enough to see stars.
No, I'm in a pretty busy area. I'm like 6 minutes from the airport.
I know, but airports are normally out in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, not in Minneapolis.
Oh, not in the America.
Oh, okay.
No. Like, my closest airport is over 2 hours away.
Bro, that sucks titties.
Yeah.
It's the first time I've heard that one.
My closest one's about 40 minutes away, but it doesn't fly to many places because it's a very small one. So I think I can probably go to like Amsterdam. That's about it.
I love it.
I have 3 airports within 30 to 45 minutes.
I need to redo Amsterdam because the last time I was there, I was like so violently high that I was ill for like 2 days after. So I need to redo Amsterdam.
When I went to Amsterdam, my friend told me that he'd been high before, but it was a complete lie, and then he got really paranoid. I was like, great.
Oh no. I remember like was it a cookie? And like I kept warning the employee, I'm like, okay, so like I'm from Minnesota. It's not as strong there. So how much of this should I eat? She's like, oh, half. You're good. You're fine with half. No. I filled up like a soup pot of vomit.
Wow. I believe I've never had edibles, but I believe that they're stronger as well.
Yes. And like also like at the start of the high, I was like, McDonald's is the answer to this. So
I bet you regretted that later.
They do nothing for me.
Really?
Nothing.
Oh, that's a superpower.
I have gotten high maybe like 5 times in my entire life because it doesn't have the desired effect on me. It makes me giggle a lot. And I'm like, this is not what was.
That's the desired effect.
No, everybody else is like really chill. And they just like sit for hours and they're really calm, and I just giggle.
No, you want the giggling. I don't want the.
You don't want to fall asleep.
Dead inside. You want to enjoy the high.
I thought that people smoked weed to relax.
I mean, they do, but also like you do it to feel happy.
Yeah.
The giggling.
Okay, fair. I mean, the last time I got high was it was Curtis's friends who smoked quite regularly, so it was a lot stronger than what I was used to, and I felt like my legs were dissolving. Like they just kept tingling. And we were going to an open mic night that Curtis was playing at, and I had to go and sit in the car, and I felt every time I blinked, I thought I'd fallen asleep. I was just
Oh my god. We were in Vegas, and all of my friends were like, my one friend was like, my feet are cement, and he like couldn't walk. He just was standing in one place, and I'm like, please keep moving. And Brian is looking at me and he's like, this has no effect on me at all. And I'm like, is that so? I feel nothing. Like, I'm ready to go. And I'm like, sir, you're asleep at the bar. What are you doing?
You're like, that's a lie.
Yeah, he's
That's
like,
what I get like when I'm drunk. I always sit there with my cocktail and I go, I'm not drunk. Like, I love it. Oh my gosh. Thanks for that laugh, Allie. That was good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
there
don't-
are 3 different strains. It depends on.
I don't know anything.
And then
about
there's that. Yeah, you can get, because I've seen ones before. Like there's 3 different strains. One that's like a
Well,
mix.
there's only 2 technically, and then there are hybrids. Okay.
Yeah, the hybrid is what I was talking about. Oh my god.
well, they do nothing. None of them do anything for me. So
Allie, you're not doing it right. You and I are gonna hang out and I'm going to get you high.
I know I've done it all the ways.
No, I'm just gonna shove edibles down your little throat.
I just look around and I'm like, what are you all taking? Did y'all give me fakes? I'm confused.
I love it.
Too funny.
Wow.
Too funny.
These comments are giving me life right now.
horrible headache.
Yeah.
It's just never been a good time for me.
Definitely not everyone's thing.
Yeah, we could talk about something else. Sorry.
Oh no. I'm sitting here with a skull full of wine. So
I love that that's what you drink wine out of.
I mean, normally I just go for the bottle, but I bought this such nice $5 cup. I'm like, I should use it. So
It's very on brand. Is it rainbow as well?
it's like a iridescent.
Yeah, I
coating.
love that.
Yeah,
Nice.
it's from Walmart. So
Classy.
for those in the America.
If this chat had a name, that's what the name would be.
Yeah, if someone could edit it, that's 100% what it would be changed to. Goes on Twitter, sees hashtag the America trend.
The America.
True.
I am drinking the blood of my enemies from this cup.
It's the right color.
That's
The next roll drop is in 8 hours, and oh god, we've got like 90 seconds left.
I was gonna say we're nearing the end here.
We are.
Now it's just like anticipation.
Listen,
love
I'll take it. I feel like I'm just known for being hyper.
Hyper fun. Everything.
Madison hates it here right now. Maddie, do you hate it here right now?
I hate the Americas right now.
I
I
hate
hate
the
that
Americas.
everyone's saying fucking America.
It's not the Americas, because that would have made sense. It's the America.
It's the America.
You know what? I just give me everything up. It's fine. I live. I survive. Oh my god. I try. Honestly,
Okay.
the amount of times I fuck shit up.
We have 45 seconds left, or like 40 seconons left. So thank you.
Countdown's giving me
Oh!
anxiety.
I forgot to put on my party hat.
All right, link to the
And
playlist.
that is a
Glad
unicorn.
we saved that for the end.
There's a link to the playlist in the description box so you guys can find Vicious Sprints. Vicious channel is also linked in my description box so you can hop right over. Thank you everybody for joining. I'm like trying to fill the last 15 seconds.
Thank you, Becca, for having us. It was
Everybody's
fun.
linked in the
I
description.
hope
Always
everyone
fun.
has a fantastic Bookoplathon.
Yes, I agree.
Let's go.
And I will see you for the last 4 hours. Bye.
Bye.